And a warm welcome to Lignières for the penultimate FEI Eventing Nations Cup leg of 2024. And the weather may be damp, but the competition certainly isn't. 40 horses and riders in the lineup as we look to welcome a man currently ranked inside the top 3 in the FEI Eventing World Rankings. It is New Zealand's Tim Price, the first of 4 rides for Tim. And actually New Zealand don't have a team in the Nations Cup competition here. Tim would have been making up that entire team by himself. He's the only Kiwi flag on the 4-star lineup, but alongside wife Janelle has been a massive supporter of Lignières over the last few years. It's a wonderful venue. Manuel Lagarde and his team do a brilliant job. And Tim comes forward with Garçon to get us underway. The first, as I say, of 4 rides for him. He also has the 5-star winner Falco coming forward a little bit later on as well. Riders doing the FEI 4-star test D, which is a special test specifically developed for the Nations Cup series. It's a little bit shorter than perhaps some of the other tests that we would be used to seeing. Garçon, only an 8-year-old stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time. Comes here off the back of a very good top 20 finish at Cornbury Park International Horse Trials in the 3-star there a couple of weeks ago. And Tim giving the horse a really nice experience so far. Let the horse almost find his feet going into the holt and was rewarded with a lovely square finish. You can see just how wild the weather is. It's very, very breezy and very wet, it should be said as well. Conditions that we're experiencing quite a lot in England at the moment, it must be said. But the show must go on. And Tim did a really nice job there with showing the medium canter on the circle. Now the flying changes in this test are both double marked. Just ran through that one a little bit. So they both have a coefficient of 2. There's 2 flying changes. They come up pretty quickly after one another. Just have the next medium canter circle, and the whole of that 20-meter circle should be a medium canter. And the half pass to the right, and then he'll come back round to cross the diagonal and show the second of those flying changes. And this horse only an 8-year-old, and just perhaps a little bit green and inexperienced at this stage, but there is so much nice work that this horse has shown. I'm sure as they come up the centre line to complete their test, Tim will be pretty happy with this horse's first test at the 4-star level. This is a horse that was originally produced actually over in France by Mathieu Nadeau. Tim took on the ride a little bit earlier on this summer. And as I say, the horse's first run at the 4-star level. We'll give you some provisional scores for them as they come through. But wherever in the world you are joining us from, we're delighted to have you with us here in Lignières. We're just south of Paris, right in the centre of France. And it's a venue that has long been a really prolific international venue, not only for French competitors, but also has a really strong international feel as well. Held the final ever Event Rider Masters leg back in 2019. That was won by Gemma Stevens. And actually Pierre Le Goupil, who is the course designer of Lignières Cross Country, which is the designer, or was the designer, of the Paris Olympic Games, but also designed the cross-country for the Pan American Games last fall, and is stepping up to take over the reins from Ian Stark at the Mars Maryland 5-star at Fair Hill next year after Ian's retirement. So brilliant to have a designer of his caliber. So just waiting for a provisional score for Tim Price and Garçon. That will come through shortly, I'm sure, but now we welcome Arthur Dufour and Toronto Droit. Arthur actually based in England. This is horse that he's campaigned up to the 5-star level. And one would imagine this is part of their preparation for another tilt at a 5-star later on this year. Combination were top 20 at Le Moulin earlier on this spring. I've actually completed Badminton and Burghley on a few occasions apiece, as well as Poe. So unbelievably experienced at the very, very highest level. 17 years of age now, Toronto Droit. And our ground jury here this weekend, a welcome to them. Let's see, president of the ground jury. She was president of the ground jury in Paris, in fact. Christina Klingspor for Sweden. Emmanuel Ollier is at E. And Sylvie Fortenbach-Bibard is at M. A shortened, more condensed version. It was a new test for 2024, the 4-star test D. Takes approximately 3 minutes and 50 seconds there or thereabouts. Up to the first of those changes. Could have been straighter from our side-on position of the camera, from what we can see. Obviously, the judge on the side of the arena at E get a really good view of the straightness there, but it was clean. Riding this horse in a double bridle. Something that we have seen become very commonplace at the top level in eventing. But actually it's each to their own. Horses all have their favoured way of going. Looked a little bit wide behind in the final halt, but stood up square as far as we could see. Arthur Dufour, the second of our combinations here in Lignières to get their test done and dusted. We will keep you up to date with the scores as soon as they come through. 40 combinations in the total lineup. My goodness me, we've got some brilliant ones as well. The likes of Leah Seagull's Van Helsing P will be in this first session of dressage. That a horse that has won Nations Cup legs previously. You've got Ben Hobday back with Shadow Man, the horse that actually Chris Burton rode to an individual silver medal at the Paris Olympic Games. Tim Price's Falco, of course, a 5-star winner. And the horse that he rode at the Paris Olympics. Andrew Hoy's Vasily de Lassos. That's definitely going to be one to look out for. In fact, that third session of dressage just after lunch at 2 o'clock local time is jam-packed full of real superstars. Vasily de Lassos, of course, the individual bronze medalist from the Olympics in Tokyo 3 years ago. Now we turn our attentions to France, and it is Gunpowder de Leo, Camille Jeune. Camille, 37 years of age. Brings forward Gunpowder de Leo, who's only an 8-year-old, stepping up to the level for the first time. Completed Le Lion d'Angers Young Horse World Championships last year and was actually 6th in the 3-star at Arville on their last outing. Francais bred by Antepi de Us, the wonderful sire actually that Karim Florent Leguargue rode at the Olympic Games in Rio when France took a team gold medal there. Wonderful to see some of his offspring coming through up to this level of competition. And it's great to see such an experienced and inexperienced mix of a field, because you've got your 5-star winners in there, you've got your Olympic medalists, but actually we've already seen a couple of 8-year-olds stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time. It's the perfect time of the season to actually have a run at the next level up, because you've still got time, should something not quite go to plan, to actually drop back down a level and have a good confidence building run. But they've had the benefit of most of the season to get them prepared for this moment. Just losing a little bit of balance there. It's quite a tight turn back on to go across the arena. And wasn't quite square or immobile in the halt, but I think that's one of the things with this test, is its intensity catches you, because each of the movements, because it's quite condensed, each of the movements comes up so quickly. You've got to be totally prepared and ready. And actually it's then the importance of knowing your test as well, because you've got to know where each movement mark starts and finishes. Nice direct transition into canter. And then very quickly onto this 20-metre circle in the medium canter. And it's the whole of the 20-metre circle that they're required to show the medium canter on. And the first of these changes. Late behind, unfortunately. That's when the hind legs change a stride after the front legs. Comes up his final centre line, Camille Lejeune. And Gunpowder de Leo finish their first phase here in Lignières. Of course, tomorrow it is the show jumping phase here in the main arena. And then on Sunday, they head out over Pierre Le Goubel's cross-country track And actually, it's a pretty flat track, it should be said, in Lignières, quite twisty-turny. They go round the main racecourse in front of the main stadium and then off into a further part of the parkland. So we'll get some scores for you as soon as they come through, but Camille Lejeune gets his first phase done and dusted. Well, the next rider to come forward, I have to say, is one who has a couple of really nice rides in this 4-star Nations Cup class. The team riders all coming a little bit later on, so all of the riders that we're seeing first of all are competing as individuals. And actually his last ride, he will be one of the last to go, will be his team ride. That's Fibonacci de la Sac. And the man I'm talking about is, of course, Nicolas Tuzon. Comes forward this time with Gaugin de Busson. Nicolas, 44 years of age, beg your pardon. A double European champion. Part of the French team that won a team silver medal at their home Olympic Games. And actually just comes here off the back of a great top 10 results at Burley. But he's got his next generation competing here this weekend, which is really exciting to see. These are the horses that we could well see him compete on in Los Angeles in 4 years' time, because Gaugin de Busson is only an 8-year-old, has had some brilliant results actually coming up the levels. Led the dressage, I seem to remember, at Le Lion d'Angers Young Horse World Championships last year for 7-year-olds, and just had a couple of rails down on the final day, which cost him the win, but looked really, really talented. And actually has come out this season with a couple of podium finishes in Fontainebleau and Arville at the 3-star level. So stepping up now to the 4-star classification for the first time. Really showing off the immobility in the halt there, because actually the test requires 3 to 4 seconds and wants the halt to be balanced and correct as well as immobile for 3 to 4 seconds. Well, 3 to 4 seconds in the middle of an arena probably feels more like 8 or 9, and he did a really good job there in showing off the halt to its best advantage. The weather in Lignières has been pretty wet over the last few days. Wild and windy conditions for the first phase today. That's the flying change, possibly just a stride or so after the centre line. Made it happen, and a very clear transition into the medium canter. And you can just see how quickly that part of the test comes up, because you've done your flying change, which is a double mark. Then you go into your collected canter. Then you've got a half circle right in medium canter, back to collected canter, straight into your half pass to the right, then another flying change. Just the intensity of this test is really interesting. But actually, it's been lovely to see, and I think the riders themselves have done a brilliant job and deserve a lot of credit. We've seen a number of 8-year-olds at this early part of the competition, and they've all come out of this arena, like this horse is now, with a really good experience, ears pricked, having enjoyed their time within the white boards, and that's so important in producing a horse for the future. And so Nicholas Tuzon. Garjan du Buisson, one to look out for, I am sure. This 8-year-old with one of the best riders in the world on his back. We'll get a score for him when it comes through, but we have actually got a couple of scores in to bring you now. Tim Price and Garçon, who were first down the centre line, the first of 4 rides for Tim. 33.9. And then after Dufour, Toronto, Dorwan, 34.7. So they're the 2 scores that we have got so far. We'll, of course, keep you up to date with them all as they come through. 40 combinations in total in the lineup here this weekend. As next to come forward, Chactus Cholange is the ride of Berenguer Itier. Another combination competing as individuals for France. Chactus Cholange, owned by Albion, linked by nature. By Flyinge Quite Easy. It was actually bred by Nicholas Schneegens. Berenguer took over the ride on this horse from Thibaut Fournier, who actually produced the horse up to the 3-star level. The horse then had a little bit of time on the sidelines, and they're back now to contest their first 4-star. Actually, I think this is the first 4-star for the jockey as well, so wishing them both the very best of luck. Awesome rider stepping up to the level for the first time. A little bit inconsistent in the contact in that shoulder in. And actually you're going away from the judge at sea there, so they get a view of the horse directly from behind. And because that rein back is in off the track, off the track, beg your pardon, so it's not next to the white boards, it makes the straightness even more important, because there isn't any guidance to kind of keep them in a straight line, even if that's just coming from one side. And actually, we see such a variety of different tests at the top level. There's 4 different tests at the 4-star level of competition. And they all have varying amounts of walk-in. Some of them have walk pirouettes, some of them have halt and rein back. This test obviously has the halt and the rein back, and then it does go into the extended walk. But actually the amount of walk in this test is less than in some of its counterparts, and some people would much prefer that. These horses, remember, they're fit, they're ready to run. Some of them might have big autumn goals in terms of 5 stars, so there'll be 5-star fitness preparations going on as well. The flying change actually was offered up a good few strides early, but it happened. And sometimes when a flying change is made available, you've just got to take it. You accept that it isn't as accurate as you would like it to be in an ideal world, but it's happened. Down the final centre line and into halt to our ground jury, who are in charge not only of the dressage but the whole competition. All of the horses actually were required to pass a trot-up. First horse inspection, which we more traditionally see at a 4-star long format. But just the first of a number of times throughout international competition that horses are checked by the FEI veterinary staff. And then the ground jury, of course, judge the dressage, but they then also are in charge of both the cross-country and the jumping phases as well. They'll take advice from the course designer and the technical officials, but ultimately they are in charge of the competition all the way through to the final phase. So, let's see if we've got any other scores to bring you. At the moment, Tim Price, Garçon, lead the way, 33.9. A score in for Camille Lejeune, 35.2, with Gunpowder de Leo sees him in third place at the moment. Now coming forwards, it is Hel Natier, Damani Grenoville. Combination competing as individuals for France. Elaine actually had a great win at Salo last time out with this horse in the 3-star long format. And a horse that actually has had form at the 4-star level, stepped up to 4-star level a couple of years ago and just been lightly campaigned since. It has been second at Le Puget in the 4-star there at the back end of 2022. Missed the whole of the 2023 season. So back and actually getting that qualification result at the 3-star long level for this 11-year-old means that they are qualified for a 4-star long format now as well. This 11-year-old by Conrad. Olympic Boy, the dam sire owned by Helene alongside Guy Vattier. Looking really nice and relaxed in the extended walk. And that extended walk, you really want to see the whole of the horse, from the steps, the outline, everything to just lengthen and stretch out, but keeping the acceptance of the contact, the freedom of the shoulder. Gets that first flying change. Comes around for the second of them. And look, that was a really nice flying change, actually. A couple of highlights in this horse's test. Certainly the changes. Perhaps just showing a little bit more experience. More established at this level of competition. Because again, it's very different doing a flying change in the warm-up or at home in the school. So coming in a test environment and getting them exactly where you want them, when you want them. So Helene has finished her first phase. Just waiting for a score in for Nicolas Tuzon. And it certainly looked to be a really smart test. And how exciting is this horse for the future? Comes into his first 4-star, delivers a 25.4. That is really going to take some beating. Nicolas Tuzon and Gaujin Dubuisson leading the way at the moment at 75.65% from our judge at C, 72.17 at M, 76.09 at B. Gives them a total score of 25.4. As you can see, that's a commanding lead at this stage over Tim Price and Garçon. And there's a few withdrawals in the running order, the likes of Alexa Gartenberg, Grace Kay, Leah Seagull, one of her rides not lining up. That's DSP Fighting Line. We will, of course, see Van Helsing P in the lineup, Patrick Rueg and 50-50 as well. So FO means that they will not be coming forward to the competition, but we've still got plenty of big names to bring you. Andrew Hoy, a couple of rides for him, including Vasily de Lassos. Ben Hobday has Shadowman in the field as well, all bidding to overhaul Nicolas Tuzon, Gaujin Dubuisson, who currently have set the standard. So, next to go, it will be Fastbo Dormont, Yves-Marie Chedeville, also coming forward as individuals for France. Fastbo Dormont. Comes down the centre line. Combination that actually, again, stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time. This is just a 9-year-old. Top 10 in Jardy in the 3-star long format there a little bit earlier on this summer. Horse has been produced by Yves-Marie all the way up the levels by Diamond de Semilly, a horse who has sired a number of top-level event horses, including the likes of Viamont Dumat's, Sandra Orforth's ride, her championship contender, and also Tom McEwen's individual silver medalist from the Tokyo Olympic Games, Toledo de Cursa, also by Diamond de Semilly. Wonderful show jumping sire. Nice and relaxed in the rain back. Conditions, as you can see, and as we've said this morning, pretty wild and windy in there. Very wet. There's been a lot of rain in Lignières over the last few days. Nice medium canter on the 20-metre circle, kept the balance. Was perhaps a little bit conservative with how much she asked for, but again, very easy for me to sit here and say that from the comfort of my commentary position. In reality, you've got to ride what's underneath you. Just unfortunately late behind on that change and rather jumped through. So up the final centre line, Fastbo, Dormont, Yves-Marine Chedeville, competing as individuals for France, get their final halt and salute. And we've got another score to bring you, this time for Hel Natier. And it is a score of 33.5, which is good enough to put her into second, pushes Tim Price down into third with Garçon still leading the way. And it's going to take some beating, I would suggest. Nicolas Tuzon, Garjon du Buisson, 25.4, the score out in front. Berenguer Itier, and a score for her as well. Chactus Cholange of 38.5. So, 3 combinations to go in the final session, in the first session, beg your pardon, before we head to the first break of the day. And actually, there are 3 really interesting ones as well. One for Andrew Hoy, the Olympic team gold medalist from Australia, who has been to, I think, some 7 Olympic Games in his career. Quite extraordinary. Leading Polish rider Victoria Knap, and also Leah Seagull van Helsing P, who are a real combination to watch for the top spot here. They've had some great results in Nations Cup competitions and a real leading contender for Austria. So, Australia, Poland and Austria, the next 3 countries to be represented here in the main arena in Lignières. Wherever in the world you are joining us from, we do hope that you'll be locked into the coverage throughout the weekend. We will, of course, have all of the show jumping for you tomorrow, the cross-country on Sunday over Pierre Le Goupil's cross-country track as well, as Andrew Hoy next to come forward. Andrew, who rides Cadet de Belliard. Combination, or actually top 10 at Cornbury International Horse Trials in England a couple of weeks ago, as part of their preparation at the 3-star level here. Cadet de Belliard actually owned by huge supporters of Team Hoy, Odaria and Shane Finemore. Cadet de Belliard, 12 years of age, by a Jaguar male, who also sires Vasily de Lassos, who we'll see a little bit later on as well. Andrew based with his wife Steffi and their 2 young children, actually in Leicestershire in England. Moved over to England, I think, going back into the early 1990s, perhaps. But has been such a stalwart for the sport of eventing. And is still as competitive and as driven now as he has ever been. Just a tiny little bit of tension creeping in, coming out of that rein back into the walk. really good overtrack. This arena is really useful for being able to see the overtrack actually, because you can see the hoof imprints that are left from where the hind leg lands over where the foreleg has departed. Andrew quite tactical in bringing the horse back for the canter transition, and it paid off for him, showing real test riding skills there. And brave as he goes into that medium canter as well. Cadet Belliard, actually Andrew's ride in Aachen a little bit earlier on this year. There's a number of top 10 placings at the 4-star level, including a placing on the podium in Stragom in the 4-star long beginning of last year. Nice change, just getting a little bit tight perhaps in the canter work. The change was clean. You can see just how windy and blustery it really is actually. Huge shout out, it has got to be said, for the wonderful volunteers who are out and braving the elements. We're so fortunate in the sport of eventing to have a brilliant army of volunteers that so willingly give up their time, and they willingly give up their time in all weathers and all conditions, whether that is in France, whether that is in England, whether it is in the USA, wherever it may be. The eventing community are an absolutely extraordinary one, and yeah, they've definitely drawn the short straw being stood out there in the cold and the wet today, but they do get to see right in front of them some really good top quality dressage from some of the best horses and riders in the world. And Andrew Hoy has finished his test. We'll see him a little bit later on with Vasily de Lassos. If you want to tune in for Vasily a little bit later, he does his test at 14:27 local time. So Australia not fielding a team in the Nations Cup, so Andrew riding both of his in the individual standings a little bit earlier on. Let's see how we're looking on the scoreboard. So Nicholas Tuzon leads the way, 25.4, and yet to get a score in for Falsterbo Dormont and Yves-Marie Chedeville, so we'll get that for you as soon as we do. Nicholas Tuzon though, 25.4. Brilliant first phase from Gaujean de Buisson. It's actually going to be one of this horse's best international tests as well, I am sure. I'll double check for you, because what a time to do it. Horse's first run at the 4-star level. And of course he still has Fibonacci de la Sac to come a little bit later on in the Nations Cup team. Second best international test, so scored a 23.5 in Le Lion, but otherwise that is the best test on their record. Now we turn our attentions to Victoria Knap and Quintus for Poland. Combination that actually we saw in Stragom a little bit earlier on this year. They were the substitute rider for Poland in Paris. Team rider number 4, which is always a challenging position to be in. I think they did actually come into the show jumping phase. They were top 10 in Stragom in the Nations Cup there back in June, finished in 7th place, and are very experienced at the 4-star level. And actually Victoria came through the junior ranks for Poland, went to a couple of junior European championships, and Quintus comes here off the back of a good win in Stragom in the under 25 4-star class back in August. quite get the 5 steps in the Reim back. And then you proceed in collected walk, and when you get to F, that's when you start your 20-metre half circle. In the extended walks, you want to show a really clear transition into and out of the extended walk. And how clear your transition out of the extended walk, it very much depends on how much you can actually pick your horse back up without any tension creeping through. And actually, Quintus let Victoria do a good job there without anticipating what was to come. Of those changes. Nice. Really nice. Second of the changes, just anticipating perhaps what was to come. Not quite as straight. Won't get quite as high a mark as the first one. This combination would be really consistent around the 33 territory. They scored 31.3 actually last time out, but prior to that, every single one of their last 6 internationals had been in the 33 barrier, so 33.2 to 33.9. That is real consistency. So Victoria, Knap and Quintus have finished their first phase. As, let's see if there's any more scores to bring you. Not quite yet. Waiting on Yves-Marie Chedeville and Andrew Hoy's test scores to come through, but Nicolas Tuzon, Gaujean Dubuisson is the one to beat. 25.4 ahead of Hel Natier, Damani Graf Neuville. 33.6, and the first of 4 rides for Tim Price with Garçon in there. He also has Global Quest. He has Falco. And I think one more, but we'll just confirm that for you. Girillo will be the last to go. Not quite sure how I can forget one of my favourite horses in the international circuit. And when you see Girillo's test a little bit later on, you were probably quite liable to agree with me. Definitely one to look out for. So if you're just tuning in here to Lignières, a very, very warm welcome to the penultimate FEI Eventing Nations Cup leg of 2024. Of course, the final will be held at Boekelo in the Netherlands, and we'll have all of the coverage live for you. FEI.tv. I'll actually be on the commentary duties for that one as well. That's in a couple of weeks' time. As a score-in for Andrew Hoy, Cadet de Belliard, 29.0, so that puts them into second, our second sub-30 score of the day. And Yves-Marie Chedeville, 38.9, so they go into 8th at the moment. So it is France, Australia, France in the podium positions at the moment, as now we turn our attentions to Austria. Such an international feel to the competition here this weekend, and it is Leah Seagull. Leah, who is one of Austria's leading, I was going to say young riders, but essentially leading riders. She just actually is relatively young still, 26 years of age, and has achieved an extraordinary amount for somebody of her age. Has already been to an Olympic Games in Tokyo. was with DSP Fighting Line, finished top 15 there. World Championships in Protoni, and a couple of senior European Championships as well. And Van Helsing P, the horse that she brings forward here, was actually her ride in Avanche and Horada Pain at the Europeans. This horse was brilliant for a top 10 finish in both Avanche and Aachen. Aachen, arguably one of the most competitive four-star short competitions in the world. 14 years of age. They won the Nations Cup class in Stragom last year. Could have shown a little bit more immobility in the Holt. Owned by Harold and Leah Seagull. By Van Gogh. Harold, of course, himself a hugely successful event rider for Austria. Went to the Olympic Games in Athens, went to a couple of World Championships as well, plus a whole host of Europeans. And one would imagine that there might be a 5-star on the cards for this combination towards the end of the year. Leah, who had a really tricky start to the year, actually had an injury, put her on the sidelines for a little while. And she had the most heartbreaking Olympic Games in Paris when DSP Fighting Line was not accepted into the competition. So near and yet so far. But she is a real competitor. Van Helsing P, just almost a little bit of a hop and a skip there in that medium canter. This combination that can really score very well in the first phase have been consistently in the late 20s. Very interesting to see where their score might land them today, because it's been a nice test. Certainly should be up there among the leaders. Probably not quite done enough to challenge Nicolas Tuzon and Gaujean Dubuisson, who are our leaders at the first break. So 25.4 is the score to beat 10 combinations of the 40 in the lineup. And dare I say it, I was hoping that it might look a little bit brighter on the horizon there, but the rain is still coming in Lignières, and that is confirmation. It is France ahead of Andrew Hoy, who's gone into second, 29.0, Cadet de Belliard, and Hel Natier in third at the moment, 33.6. So Camille Lejeune, 35.2, and Victoria Knap, Quintus, 36.4, sees them in 7th place at the moment. So we'll get a score for Leah Seagull, Van Helsing P after the break, but a brilliant first session of dressage, and this next session also has some really smart horses in it. Getting underway with the very talented young American rider Cosby Green and Highly Suspicious, who will be down the centre line at 11:10 local time. So that's just under 15 minutes time. Go and get yourself a cup of tea, grab a biscuit perhaps, and we will be back with you in just under 15 minutes as Cosby Green, Highly Suspicious, will get us back underway. Who can overhaul Nicolas Tuzon? Can anyone overhaul Nicolas Tuzon at the top of the leaderboard? 25.4 is the score to beat. Welcome back after the break as we see for the United States of America now, Cosby Green and Highly Suspicious. Combination were actually second in the 4-star long format in Mill Street back in May. This is their first international run since then. Very experienced at the 4-star long level, this duo now. He's 14 years of age. And a horse that I'm sure we could well see Cosby step up to 5-star on in the not too distant future. And of course Cosby has been campaigning the wonderful Copper Beach at the 5-star level over the last couple of years. They've had some brilliant results, most recently that 16th place finish at Defender Burley back at the beginning of September. Highly Suspicious though scored 32.2 last time out at Mill Street. Cosby based with Tim and Janelle Price at Cheddington Equestrian down in Dorset. Has been for a little while now a vital part of their team, and she's actually got a really smart small team of horses that she campaigns herself. Really lovely girl. Highly Suspicious, just anticipating that canter strike off. That's the challenge when you pick them back up after that extended walk. They know that the canter is coming, and just unfortunately we'll lose them a few marks there. The rain still falling in Lignières. It has, safe to say, been a fairly soggy start to proceedings, to the point that actually, I'm just getting the next of the camera views now, but actually one of the cameras did require a little bit of attention because so much rain had come down. And huge shout out we've already done to the volunteers, but also to the camera operators who are in charge of bringing us all of our pictures, because again it makes nobody's life straightforward. Really nice flying change, possibly a stride or so before the centre line, but came up really nicely. And Team Price, as I said a little bit earlier on, have been massive supporters of Lignières over the last few years. They always bring a truck full of horses. As Cosby really showing off that lovely final halt to our ground jury. Highly Suspicious did a good job. Just that one slight moment of tension that crept in the end of the walk work, which is a real shame because otherwise it was a super test. So we'll bring you a score for them as soon as it does come through. The one score that we owed you from before the break actually was that of Leah Seagull Van Helsing P. We thought it would be a smart test. It was 27.8. So that is good enough to put them into second at the moment. Still leading the way, Nicolas Tuzon with a very talented 8-year-old Gaugin de Buisson. Horse that was top 10 at Le Lion d'Angers in the Young Horse World Championships last year. And actually, we will be bringing you live coverage of Le Lion d'Angers later on in October as well. So you'll be able to see the stars of the future for yourself. So Cosby Green and Highly Suspicious have finished their first phase. Now we turn our attentions to Jean Peron. And Jean comes forward with Duviance du Garbustes. Doing some quick mental maths which failed me for a second. 46 years of age. Jean comes forward with Duviance du Garbustes, a horse that actually stepped up to the 4-star level earlier on last year in Jardy. completed Pompadour earlier on this spring as well. Haven't seen them internationally since that run in March. But this is the only horse that actually Jean competes internationally now. Had a long break, the early 2000s, and then had a break of some 15 years or so, from Pau 2004 through to Le Puget 2021. Just stepped back into the halt. And ideally when you're coming into a halt, if it's not quite square, you want the horse to step up to be square rather than step back to be square, is the correct way. So would lose marks even though she stepped back to be square. But it was a square halt. And actually riding in a double bridle, another to choose that, but you can just see how loose he keeps the curb rein. A lid on any anticipation, and then a nice canter strike off. Good positioning in that half pass to the left. And then you've got to be really straight down the centre line because you're heading straight to Christina Klingspor, President of the Ground Jury at Sea. There really is absolutely nowhere to hide. The second of these changes looked good. So interesting seeing them at different angles because while there's always a preferred angle, an angle that you get the best view of a particular movement, and quite often when we're watching that on the television we get to see the best angle of all of the movements because that's the way television happens. However, you get a real feel, and I think it's really educational to be able to see them from different angles. So where our camera is there, we see them face on, but that's brilliant because actually that we see then what the judge on the side of the arena would see. And while you don't get the same side on view, you can really see how straight they are, and actually you get to appreciate it from a different angle. So that is the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. Such an international feel to this competition. It is France, Austria, Australia in the top three positions at the moment. Leah Seagull went into second just before the break. Nicolas Tuzon has set the standard 25.4 with the four-star first-timer Gaujean de Busson. And he actually has Fibonacci de la Sac a little bit later on in the team competition. So the team riders will come forward at the end of dressage in the final couple of sessions. And actually we've got three teams here competing this weekend: Belgium, France and Great Britain. So while it is a relatively small field of teams, it is actually a very competitive team competition because those three teams fielding some really interesting horse and rider combinations, and I'm sure it will go down to a brilliant conclusion. Of course, we will have all of the live coverage for you, FEI.tv, over the coming weeks. And coming days, of course. Lots more coverage over the coming weeks, but the coming days for this competition, we're not going to drag it out that long for you. We'll see who will be crowned winner of Lignières by Sunday afternoon, and they will go cross-country as the last of their 3 phases. It's a slight schedule change. They were going to go cross-country tomorrow and then show jump on Sunday. They will now go cross-country on Sunday and show jump tomorrow. So, let's have a look and see if there are any more scores to bring you. Cosby Green, highly suspicious, have gone into 4th. A brilliant 29.1 for them. And I think Cosby will be absolutely thrilled with that. He did a lovely test. And actually, I think it's going to be close to a career personal best. Not quite, but very close to a career personal best. So that's absolutely brilliant for them. Now we turn our attentions to Julie Bilquet. Julie, who is 36 years of age, comes forward with Brindor des Sources, a combination that were 15th at Saumur a little bit earlier on this year. Been well placed at the 3-star level as well, and no stranger to a Nations Cup either, being top 15 at Avanche. The first phase can sometimes be the trickier of the 3 phases for them. Just that little bit of tension, as we can see, can creep in. Just step back in the halt, step back and wide actually, which makes that rein back a little bit trickier. Up that walk to canter transition directly over the centre line at A. And the medium canter on the 20-metre circle. They do a full 20-metre circle to the left. To the right, they actually only do half a 20-metre circle. This is the more condensed 4-star test that was introduced this year. We've seen it in a few of the Nations Cup classes. Takes less than 4 minutes per horse, so it definitely does make things a little bit shorter on in the first phase, but actually just got very tense, anticipated that change and really jumped through it. But this test, not only is it nice to have some real variety, it's very different to the other 4-star tests that there are. While a lot of the movements are obviously similar and they do cross over, this is shorter and more intense. Everything is a little bit more compact. Just was late behind in that change, so that's not going to pick up the biggest mark, unfortunately. Variety is the spice of life, though. That is what I'm trying to say when it comes to the first phase, because you've got the different tests. Everybody will have a preference. These horses are canny. You know, they do these tests multiple times throughout the year. They might train them at home. Some people like to train their horses in the test at home. Others absolutely will not train the movements, because then the horse will anticipate them. It really is horses for courses, and one rider might do something with one horse that is very different to what they would do with another horse as well. So that is the leaderboard as things stand. Nicolas Tuzon, Gaujean Dubuisson still leading the way. Leah Seagull in second. Andrew Hoy, the first of his 2 rides, in third. And a brilliant test from Cosby Green, highly suspicious for the USA, in fourth. And she'll be really thrilled with that, because sub-30, but actually with a mistake in there coming out of the walk as well. A little bit of tension crept in, which would have been costly in terms of her marks. And so there's a lot more in there as well, which is always an exciting place to be. Jean Peron, haven't got a score in for just yet, so we'll get that for you as soon as it does become available. So, next to go, Johan Reim and Chronos Dujo. Coming forward as individuals for France. We will, as I say, get on to the team rotation of riders a little bit later on. Johan and Chronos Dujo. Combination that actually went to Bramham for the under-25 class there back in June. Unfortunately didn't complete the cross-country on that occasion, but have previously been 5th actually here in Lignières 12 months ago in the 4-star long format, which was a big result for them. That was a class that was won by Michael Young's Fisher Chipmunk FRH, the now Olympic champions, and actually Cosby Green, Highly Suspicious, who we saw a short while ago. They were also in the top 5 here in the 4-star long 12 months ago. Chronos Dujo, though, by Oulala Debussy, owned by Johan himself. Really stood up in that halt. Gets a nice number of steps in the rein back as well. 5 is the number that the ground jury are looking for. And it's so interesting, and we'll see it particularly, I think, when we go to Le Lion and we bring you all of the coverage from Le Lion d'Angers in a few weeks' time. The scale of difficulty within the tests as they develop up the level. So obviously the 4-star level is the second highest level of the sport. So it is a difficult dressage test, probably equivalent to medium, advanced medium in pure dressage. But actually, if you look down the levels and if you study other dressage tests as well, you can really see the graduation as you head up the levels, and likewise with cross-country and the difficulty of lines, that you'll see a fence at the 100 level or a beginner novice or whatever it may be. And actually then when you get to advanced, you see the same question, it's just bigger and a much more advanced version of that question. So it's all about the pyramid, isn't it? It's about the scales of training. It's about developing our horses to be able to progress up the levels and be able to answer the questions that are put in front of them. And dressage is absolutely the case with that. But if you look at the other tests, you can really get a feel for how things are becoming more advanced. And you know, little things like actually in the 3-star test, for example, they might say show some medium canter strides rather than the whole circle be medium canter that we're seeing in this test, or in the rein back 3 to 4 steps, rather than, you know, specifying it as 5. And so you just see the differences and the variations. Good change. This is a really nice test that Johan is delivering, actually. Just almost stumbled slightly, lost their balance or something around that half circle onto the centre line, which was a real shame because actually looked very, very comfortable. A little bit sudden into their final halts, but looks square from where we're sitting. And so Johan Reim has completed his first phase. Waiting on a couple more of the scores to bring you. And actually, Jean Peron, Duvin Stu Garbustes, 37.7, go into 10th at the moment. So they don't challenge the very top of the leaderboard. That is Nicolas Tuzon and Gaujean Dubuisson, 25.4 as the score to beat. So we next turn our attentions to another combination coming forward as individuals for France. Camille Vidal and Hulot de Fruitier. Camille quite often can be found in the pure jumping discipline of the sport. Smart start to the beginning of this test. Just lost a little bit of balance on that corner, as we've seen a few do. Not quite square behind, a little bit above the vertical, but nice and immobile in the halt. Actually, yeah. Camelot du Nord. Finished top 20 last time out in Arville in the 3-star there. Stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time for both horse and rider, actually. This 12-year-old by Trésor, owned by Élevage du Roi du Bougainville. Nice change, nice straight as well. And down the final centre line, a little bit crooked perhaps into the final halt, but completing their test, Camille Vidal and Camelot du Nord, and that's just confirmation of the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. Still the one to beat, Nicolas Tuzon, Gauguin du Bousson, 25.4. There's a few coming later that could certainly go lower than that. Look out for Maxime Livio's Alpi de Lubert. Ben Hobday's Shadow Man certainly produced a low 20s first phase score at the Olympic Games in Paris with Chris Burton on board. Fibonacci de la Sac for Nicolas Tuzon as well. Lara de Kerkemeyer has her Longines Le Moulin 5-star winner in the field. Uni Darville will be the final rider to go for Belgium. look and see if there are any more scores to come in for you. Julie Bilquet and Brindo des Sources, 43.7. Just waiting for a score for Johan Reim and Kronos Dujo, and actually that's just come in 31.6. So that is good enough to put them into 5th at the moment. So Nicolas Tuzon, his lead remains unchallenged, but some updates into the top 5 as Johan Reim and Kronos Dujo go into 5th place on the leaderboard, 31.6. So heading towards the halfway mark, 40 combinations in total coming forward in this 4-Star Nations Cup class, and of course we'll have all of the coverage for you live on FEI.tv over the coming days. Damian Gullen next to come forward with Hel de Joseph. Combination was second in the 3-star long format in Salio. Was last time out back in August. Jumped a lovely double clear there. This horse actually has 7 international runs under his belt. Clear cross country in all of them. I should say 6 international runs clear cross country in all of them. 12 years of age. By Tally Bouquet, owned by Damian himself. I beg your pardon, actually, Camille Vidal, Camilla Dunant, now in the arena, getting a little ahead of myself. Damian Gullen next to come forward, and this is a really lovely test so far. Good self-carriage in the frame. Just a little bit late behind in the first of those changes. Got a little bit tight and tense. Much better second change. And good immobility in the final halts as well. So Camille Vidal, Camilla Dunant, completed their first phase. So it is a score for Marina Chouquet, who actually we will be waiting for in just a couple of minutes' time. We'll bring that for you as soon as it is available. But Nicolas Tuzon, Gaujean de Bousson is still the one to beat. 25.4 out in front. And some 4 combinations coming forward to take us to the halfway mark. Nicolas also has another ride a little bit later on to come forward. Fibonacci de la Sac will be one of the last to go. The last of the French riders, certainly. Damian Gullen and Théo de Joseph are now coming forward. We've got that. A bit relaxed in the pick up into trot transition. Just a couple of steps of walk in there. Certainly looks to be a very impressive extended trot across the diagonal. You don't see it necessarily to its full effect from this camera angle, but to have kept good balance and good frame. Positioning to the half pass to the right, and then it's straight into shoulder in on the centre line. And of course on the centre line there really is nowhere to hide. Lovely square halt. Could have been immobile for a couple of seconds longer before going into the rein back, especially because it was such a lovely halt, to take every opportunity to show that off. Tiny little bit of tension creeping in. You can see Damian being very tactful in how much he picks the rein back up. Transition just hollows slightly in the transition. It's a big horse. Actually, Damian doing a really good job in harnessing all of that power. Change didn't happen until much later, and that will probably have bled into the next movement as well, unfortunately. Interesting to see how the next of these changes come up as well, because if one goes not to plan as that one did, you've actually got to put that out of your mind. You've got to just come at it fresh again. And you could just see actually almost, yeah, late behind again, but almost went into a little bit of half pass. Was not straight coming into that flying change at all, but wasn't quite as late as the first one. So unfortunately the change is just the bit that let them down on this particular test. Halts have certainly been a real highlight though. And a pat for Taël de Joseph. Just waiting for those last couple of scores that competitors we've just seen to come forwards. Hulot de Fruitier, Marina Choquet into 9th, 34.8 for them. As next to go, it will be the turn of Benjamin Massie and Guestin, riding as individuals for France. The French team in the Nations Cup competition made up, it's a strong French team actually, Fibonacci de la Sac, Nicolas Tuzon, Appy de Lebert, Maxime Livieux, Bacard de Lucien, Louis Seychelles. And Faraday Loge, Alexis Guri will be their 4th team member, because of course the best 3 from 4 to count. Traditional team scoring as we would know it. Next to go, it is Benjamin Massie and a guest star. Ben, who is 39 years of age, has a really big and exciting string of horses, and actually Figaro Fonroy won the Nations Cup in Montelebressi a little bit earlier on this year. Would have been, I imagine, on the long list for the French team for Paris as well. Guest start. Was top 20 at Le Lion d'Angers. Was a real highlight actually. I remember watching this mare. She finished on her dressage score of 35, finished 18th, but actually didn't really put a foot wrong by the wonderful sire Upsilon, owned by Alain Rial. Quite square behind, which is a shame, because it means that when you pick up your diagonal pairs for your rein back, unfortunately you're already out of sync, so it doesn't make that movement the easiest. Came a little bit above the contact going into that canter transition, but you can just feel, even through our screens, just how wild and windy the weather is in Lignières. Conditions are far from straightforward. It's blowing an absolute gale. that there has been a huge amount of rain at the venue as well. And the wind has certainly picked up in the last 15 minutes or so too. She just got a little bit tight and hot and upset through that flying change, and unfortunately was late behind and then took a little while to just get that change behind. And then Ben has been quite conservative in that half canter circle in the medium canter. Just get the confidence back up. Only an 8-year-old, so first time at the level, first international of 2024 as well. Perhaps the changes having just dropped back to trot there, not quite there in this mare's training, and that's okay. Ultimately, Ben will want her to have a good experience within the whiteboards, a good experience here at Lignières. Obviously feels that for where she is in her education, well, the changes might not be quite there. Other parts certainly are. She's ready for the challenge of Pierre Le Goupil's cross-country track. And a lot to like for the future. Benjamin Massie, guest star for France, just finishing their test. So 2 more combinations to come forward before the break. That is how things stand up at the moment. Nicolas Tuzon, Gauguin de Busson, 25.4 out in front. Leah Seagull, Van Helsing P in second. Andrew Hoy, Cadet de Belliard, the first of his 2 rides in third. Cosby Green, the only other sub-30 score at the moment. So it is France who lead the way. We're yet to come on to our team riders. They will come forward a little bit later on. We'll be in the latter part of the drawn order. 3 teams in the Nations Cup lineup here this weekend. Belgium, France and Great Britain. The penultimate leg, because of course just 1 more leg to go in Boekelo in a couple of weeks' time. The Netherlands will play host to that, the final event of the season. Just get a great shot in the background of the warm-up arenas as well. As now we welcome forward another ride for Tim Price, the second of his 4 rides. And this time he rides Diana Morris's Global Quest. This an 11-year-old by Metropole, and a horse who was so beautifully produced up to the 4-star level by Georgie Campbell, is enormously missed by the entire eventing community. And Tim, great friends with Jessie and with Georgie. And after Georgie so sadly passed away, Tim took on the ride of this really talented horse who Georgie fully believed would go all the way to the top. Certainly the foundations of this horse's training very much have been put in place, and Tim, as always with taking on an upper level horse, you've got to build that partnership, learn to trust each other. But he's an incredible horseman, and they've had a couple of steady runs around intermediate classes in the UK. This is their first international run as a combination. It's been very heartwarming to see the eventing community, who we know always pull together in tough times, but actually the white and the purple that so many riders wore in the weeks and the months after Georgie had passed away are still very much evident, even much later on in the season. And her legacy absolutely does live on. And there is certainly a little bit of Georgie that will always be riding this horse. Tim does a lovely job there of picking up the canter transition. And again, as with any new partnership, there's always that degree of how much you can ask for in an atmosphere, in an arena, in a test. Some horses love it when you put them under pressure. Other horses need their hand holding a little bit more. And there are certain situations that actually you don't necessarily know until you're in that situation how they're going to react. Good change. Just dropping behind the vertical on occasion slightly. Tim already had one 4-star first timer here today in Garçon. The rest of his 3 rides much more experienced. Global Quest here is again more experienced. Then he has Falco, a 5-star winner. That was a nice change. And Gerillo, who is a horse that is really impressed at the 4-star level. And I'm sure one that, fingers crossed, we might see make the step up to 5-star very soon. Oh, it was a lovely flying change, but actually not requested on the centre line. And then I think Tim considered asking for one back again, but that one didn't quite come off. So final centre line will lose them some marks. But certainly the clean flying changes are most certainly there. Just a little bit of an addition to the test on this occasion. And Tim Price and Global Quest get their first phase done and dusted. So we'll bring you a score for them as soon as it comes through. But for now, this is how things are shaping up. Nicolas Tuzon, Gauguin de Buisson. His lead has remained unchallenged in this session. 25.4 is the score to beat. Falco for Tim Price is certainly one to keep an eye on that could go lower than that. And actually, Gerillo for Tim as well certainly could put in a very, very good first phase score. But there's a couple of others in here as well. The likes of Shadow Man for Ben Hobday, back together after the horse had been campaigned by Chris Burton, could put in a very, very good first phase score. Appy de Lebert, Maxime Livieux, who I think from memory, I will double check when they come down the centre line, have won here in Lignières before. And of course you've got Lara de Kirka Myers, Uni Darville, former 5-star winner, or the reigning champion of Longines Le Moulin, I should say. So let's get an update on a couple of those latest scores to come in. And Benjamin Massie, guest star. That one yet to come through. Damian Gullen, Tail de Josie, 42.0. And Camille Vidal, Camelot du Nord, 38.0 for Camille. And so she sits in 13th at the moment. Just one to go though before the lunch break. And taking us to the halfway stage, it will be Arthur Dufour, the second of his rides. He came down the centre line very first thing this morning with his 5-star campaign at Toronto Droit, 34.7. You see him there currently sitting inside the top 10. The sun making an appearance, but I wouldn't like to say it with too much confidence when you can see the amount of wind that is buffeting around the arena, and it makes actually the dressage quite challenging because it is so extremely windy that there's a lot going on. There's a lot of things flapping and blowing, and there's flags all around the outside of the arena that we don't necessarily see, but actually, you know, they'll cause quite an atmosphere themselves. But but it also makes an accurate dressage test a little bit more easily blustered off course, shall we say. So, Arthur Dufour, the next of his rides to come forward. This is Greddington mail time. Greddington mail time. Actually, first international run since Pompadour. Had a bit of time off on the sidelines. And this is a horse that is a real all-rounder. Loves to do one of the arena eventing competitions. Went to Bordeaux earlier on this year. Finished just outside the top 10 there. He placed at the 4-star long level. Top 20 at Bicton. Missed the 2022 season. Since we're actually second here in Lignières 12 months ago. Finished on their dressage score of 31.4 on that occasion. And that was a class that was won by Donatien Choly and Dean Dupestel-Milly. Comes back to him really nicely after that canter. Was shortened slightly coming into that change, but it was a lovely clean change. To mail time was bred by Kate Churton in Great Britain, actually by Jaguar Mail. So another by Jaguar Mail. We've already seen Cadet de Belliard of Andrew Hoyes, and we'll see Vasily de Lassos is by Jaguar Mail as well. He's due to come after the lunch break. Good clean change. Arthur Hughes still represents his native France, but actually been based over in England with his wife Logan for a good number of years now. So completing their test, just moved off slightly at the final halt, but that was a smart first phase performance from Arthur Dufour and Greddington mail time. So this is how the leaderboard is shaping up at the moment. Nicolas Tuzon Gaujean du Buisson leading the way ahead of Leah Seagull, Van Helsing P. And of course, Andrew Hoy, Cadet de Belliard in third. Just waiting on a couple of those final scores. Tim Price and Global Quest. And also actually has just come in 30.2 for Global Quest, so that sees them on us go into 5th place on the leaderboard. So 30.2, Tim Price into 5th, and that drops Garçon his first ride down into 8th. He's still got Falco and Girillo left to come, but look at that, 5 different flags at the top of the leaderboard at the halfway stage here in Lignières. Nicolas Tuzon, Gaujean du Buisson, still the one to beat, 25.4 out in front, but plenty of big names in there, plenty of big names still to come, and of course the team riders to come as well. They'll be right at the end of the draw. So we've got a break now for the lunch break, and we will be back with Tim Price and Falco, a combination that have won at the 5-star level down the centre line at 2 o'clock local time. So that's in just under 2 hours' time. Do join us then. Welcome back to Lignières for the second half of Dressage here for the penultimate FEI Eventing Nations Cup leg of 2024. This is the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. Nicolas Tuzon and Gaujean Dubuisson 25.4 out in front ahead of Leah Seagull and her former Nations Cup winner, in fact, Van Helsing P for Austria 27.8. 5 different nations represented across the top 5 places on the leaderboard. And next to come forward will be a combination that could certainly challenge for the top spot. They would be one of the most experienced combinations in the field. It is Tim Price with Falco. There's a horse that was actually 6th at the Olympic Games in Paris. This is first international run back since that Games back in July. He is a Po 5-star winner back in 2021. And he is also the individual bronze medalist from the World Championships in Protoni in 2022, plus a whole host of other accolades. He won the Mill Street Nations Cup in 2023 as well. He is 15 years of age now, owned by Tim alongside Sue Benson. Sue, who of course designed the cross-country course for the Olympic Games in London. An incredibly accomplished horsewoman herself, and now thoroughly enjoying a horse at the top of his game with one of the best riders in the world, it should be said. And it's nice to see that the sun has pretty much made an appearance in Lignières. It was still looks like it's blowing a gale still, but we'll take that from the rather miserable weather conditions that we endured this morning. And you can really see there's so much self-carriage. Falco has a real quality about his work, and a lot of time. You know, these movements come up really quickly. This 4-star D test is a shortened version of the 4-star tests. It's new for this year. We've seen it in a few Nations Cup events. But it is quite fast. It's quite furious. And actually, they feel like there's a lot of time. Just a slight, I think Tim would have quite liked another moment of immobility. But actually, the horse just sort of offered up the rein back and Tim went with it. Trot work was very good. A couple of moments possibly dropping a little bit behind the vertical, but he's very relaxed. Lovely extended walk. This horse is an absolutely extraordinary athlete, but particularly if you're tuning in throughout the weekend, watch him in the show jumping phase tomorrow because he is quite incredible over the coloured poles. Picks up the canter transition. Tim with 4 horses in this 4-star class. Tiny little bit of tension, a little bit of anticipation perhaps of the change. And one would imagine this horse, the only long format he did at the start of the year was a 4-star in Kronenberg. He needed to get his qualifying result for Paris, but he ran around there very slowly to finish 2nd with an excellent double clear. But actually, he ran well in Paris. Just a slight miscommunication there, actually. Just dropped back down to trot. One would imagine that they've got a 5-star on the cards, possibly even Maryland. In a few weeks' time, so this part of their preparation, one would imagine, for that. And you can see there's so much quality in this horse's work. There's a couple of little places that they've leaked a few marks today. But I think it'll still be pretty close towards the top end of the leaderboard. We'll confirm the score for you once it becomes available to us, but 25.4 is the score to beat. That's Nicolas Tuzon, Gauguin de Busson, just an 8-year-old that went very well at Le Lion d'Angers in the 7-year-old Young Horse World Championships last year. Tim Price and Falco scored 26.5 in Paris, but have been as low as 22.1 when they won Po back in 2021. Just get a feel for just how windy it is in Lignières. And actually that can, you know, put one or two of these horses on edge. There's a lot of atmosphere with the flags and everything else. There might not be huge numbers of people. There's a lot going on, and actually when you have the wind adding to the effect of that, then it can certainly just add an extra dimension. And some of these horses as well will have already been clipped out for their autumn campaigns, and actually it means that they are pretty fresh as well. So Tim Price has done his test. Next to go, it is Flora Belux, Christian Shabau for Luxembourg. Flora Belux actually completed the Nations Cup events in Arville. I think that was their third or fourth run at the 4-star level. Is now 11 years of age by Bentley B, owned by Christian himself. Just lost a little bit of shape and balance and actually halted a little bit early, wasn't quite square. Up that walk to counter transition. And the medium canter on the 20-meter circle to the left, going straight in then to the half pass to make sure that you keep the quality of the canter. Sure that they stay supple over their back. Flying change was possibly a stride after the aid, but was clean. Could have been a little bit braver in that medium canter half circle. At least this wind will be drying out the rain that has fallen over the last few days. Pierre Le Goupil's cross-country course. The challenge that is set for Sunday. And down the final centre line. Into their last halt. Oh, little little bit abrupt, lost a little bit of balance into that final halt, but Christian Shabau and Flora Belux have finished their test, as we'll look to see if a score has come in for Tim Price and Falco. Can't see it on the leaderboard as yet. We've got a whole host of big names actually in this session of dressage, because you've got the likes of Shadow Man, Ben Hobday, Shadow Man, who of course was produced up to the 5-star level by Ben, but then Chris Burton took on the ride this year for a tilt at the Olympic Games and came home with a silver medal individually. Ben has now taken the ride back on. You've got Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos, the horse that was third and took the individual bronze, part of the Australian team that took team silver in Tokyo 3 years ago. Robin Godell, global DHI for Switzerland, one of his top rides. Sepa Villa, who were actually top 10 here 12 months ago, all coming forward in this session of dressage. So just keeping an eye to see that Tim Price and Falco score when it comes in. Tim already has 2 rides done and dusted, 30.2 with Global Quest, 33.9 with the 4-star first-timer Garçon. Lignières, right in the centre of France, just south of Paris, as next to go. It is for Switzerland, Desiree Schmidt and Fairy Tale B. That extended trot across the diagonal. Our crown jury led by Christina Klingspor, who was president of the ground jury in Paris at the Olympics. She is president once again here. She's at C. At M, Sylvie Fortenbach, the Bard on the side of the arena, and at E, Emmanuel Ollier. Being on the side of the arena. It's the real side-on view of the combinations, just that hut that we can see in front of us now on our screens. And Switzerland, who had a great top 5 finish the Olympic Games as a team, felt pretty close to a medal at one point, have really brought about a huge amount of success and competitive nature in the country's rise in the sport. Felix Vogt, of course, became the first Swiss 5-star winner a couple of years ago. Be looking really relaxed in the extended walk. Transitions into and out of the medium canter. Unfortunately, late behind in the change, just anticipated, got very, very tight through his back. back, I should say. This mare, 14 years of age. That second change was better. Still had the tendency to get a little bit tight. Almost that miscommunication down the final centre line, just almost offering up the halt a little bit early and then correcting themselves, and so they had that break. So we'll wait for a score for Fairy Tale B and Desiree Schmidt, but still waiting to get confirmation of Tim Price and Falco, and actually 28.7. Just seen that come in, puts them into third. There were a few that we needed to bring you before the break as well. Greddington Mail Time, Arthur Dufour 33.0. That's good enough to see them now in 8th. Global Quest and Tim Price, of course, with 30.2. And Benjamin Massie and Guest Star 43.6. So that is how things stand at the moment. Nicolas Tuzon, Gaugin du Buisson, still the one to beat, and he still has a really good ride later on in Fibonacci de la Sac, who is also only an 8-year-old, but his ride in the French Nations Cup team. 3 teams in the Nations Cup here this weekend. You've got the home team France, you've got Belgium, and you have got Great Britain. Actually, they will be unbelievably competitive with one another, I am sure. We've got just one leg left to go at Buccolo in a few weeks' time. But it's been a really competitive Nations Cup series this year, and wonderful to see Lignières step up. Obviously, Hardapin had previously hosted the French leg of the Nations Cup. Stepping into the breach, and it is actually leg 7. All 6 of them have only run so far, because of course Chatsworth was cancelled due to the weather a little bit earlier on this year. The overall leaders in the Nations Cup standings are France at the moment. Actually, they can extend that lead here this weekend. So, now we turn our attentions to Camille Lejeune. Coming forward this time with Flyup to Banwell. And actually, Flyup to Banwell stepped up to the 4-star level in Arville. Didn't complete there, but I've had some really good results at the 3-star level. A couple of 4th place finishes at Jardy and Fontainebleau this year. This mare went really well as a young horse at Le Lion d'Angers a couple of years ago, finished 12th in 2022. The 7-year-old young horse class. That was actually with Mathieu Lemoine. Another one of 2 in the field, actually, that we've seen so far by Upsilon. The other being Benjamin Massie's Guest Star. Owned by the Black Pearl Syndicate and Jean-Pierre Texier. Positioning in that half pass over to the left. A little bit tight through the change. But actually, really nice, bold, brave in that extended, or the medium canter half circle, I should say. And actually that change just came up a little bit early. Wasn't quite straight, but sometimes you have to be a little bit tactical. And you might not be aiming for a 9 now, but a 6.4, a 6.5, beg your pardon, is more valuable than a 4, of course. And the change was clean. Does a really good job in holding the immobility in the halt, actually. So Camille Vidal, Flyup to Manuel, another really exciting young horse in this class. We've obviously got the experienced horses like Falco, but the leader at the moment, an 8-year-old Nicolas Tuzon, Godell de Busson, certainly giving us a lot of very, very smart young horses to look at for the future. And we've got some more coming a little bit later on as well. So Nicolas Tuzon, Godell de Busson, 25.4 is the score to beat. As next to come forwards, it is the individual silver medalist from the Paris Olympic Games. Shadow Man was ridden by Australia's Chris Burton there, but is now back with the rider that produced him up to the 5-star level. Ben Hobday for Great Britain, competing as individuals, and it's great to see Ben back eventing. He spent a lot of time show jumping over the last few years, but he has always absolutely wholeheartedly believed in this horse's talent, and such is the strength of the British team. And I think he felt that the horse would have the opportunity for another nation to shine at the very, very top level of the sport. An opportunity that he might not get, given the strength and depth of Great Britain's eventing team. But he's a horse that has always really, really impressed coming up the levels. And Ben's had a good amount of success with him in the past as well. Numerous top placings at the 4-star level. Number of podium finishes. Just the halt was square, but just a little bit of a fidget meant that they'd have just lost a little bit of a mark there. Nice extension of the frame. Stays relaxed. This horse scored at 22.0 in Paris. Oh, just like lost a little bit of balance in that medium canter. Was brave when he went for it. So very capable of producing some very nice scores in the first phase. Just how windy it is in Lignières. The rain has thankfully dried up. The gales continue to buffet the cameras. change. There's so much uphill quality if this combination's work. And I would imagine that this is going to go pretty close to challenging the leaders. Tuzon is the one to beat at the moment. Still got a little way to go, but that was certainly a very nice test. Ben Hobday, good to see him back with Shadow Man. 25.4, there we go. That's a reminder of the score to beat at the moment. 5 different nations represented within the top 5 as things stand. Nicolas Tuzon and Gonjun Dubuisson is the one to beat. But Leah Seagull, Van Helsing Pier, a combination that have got a huge amount of experience, have won a Nations Cup event in the past as well. Tim Price and Falco, of course, 5-star winners. 2 hugely experienced horses, hot on the heels of Gonjun Dubuisson, who is only an 8-year-old, relatively inexperienced, stepping up to the level for the first time. But brilliant to see him here this weekend, and plenty of 8-year-olds have won at the 4-star level before. And actually, MGH Zabioni, Warwick McCarthy, was the first 8-year-old winner of Plenum 9-year-old class in some 8 years or so when he took the win there last weekend. So next to come forward, it is another hugely experienced combination. Andrew Hoy with Vasily Delassos. That took the individual bronze medal at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Part of the Australian team that took a team silver there as well. Andrew, who's been to 7 different Olympics, well, first went to the Olympics in Los Angeles 1984. And you can't help but feel that LA 2028 is, I'm sure, on his radar. He's had 3 team golds, a team silver, an individual silver, and an individual bronze medal, plus a whole host of World Championship caps as well. And this horse missed out on selection, in fact, for the Australian team Paris this year. Of course, 3 in a team makes it so tough to break into it. We saw him actually in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series in Strigon, where he had a pin cross country, but otherwise had enjoyed a very successful event. I think went on to finish in the top 4. Andrew just corrected the halt there to bring it up to be totally square. Attention just creeping in as they picked up that transition, and Andrew did a wonderful job in just sitting still, taking a breath. He's a horse that is say about 14 years old, maybe 15 now. 15 years of age now. And I'm sure they've got one eye on the World Championships in Aachen in 2 years' time. And so I would imagine that they'll campaign him towards that. Andrew loves Aachen. The horse has been to Aachen a few times and absolutely loves the venue as well. change. Second change looked better than the first change. Just a little bit short behind in the first change. This horse that is just so much fun to watch in the jumping phases. Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos have completed their first phase. Now, how fortunate are we to be able to enjoy watching some of the top horses and riders, but also some of the young up-and-coming stars in the sport this weekend. Jean Dubuisson still the one to beat with Nicolas Tuzon. Just getting an update as to a couple of scores to bring you. Flora Belux scored 37.2, and that was with Christian Shabau. Fairy Tale B scored 43.1 with Desiree Schmidt, so that is good enough to put them into 22nd place on the leaderboard at the moment. And I think there is a score in for Flyup to ban well just yet. No, that's come in. Actually, 30.6. There we go. That will see them go into the leaderboard into 7th. So Flyup to ban well. Camille Lejeune go into 7th with that very good score of 30.6. That looks like a really smart horse for the future. Still plenty to come in the first phase as well. Then waiting on scores from Shadow Man, and of course Vasily de Lassos will bring you those as soon as they are available. So next to come forwards, it is Robin Godell. Robin, who comes forward with Global DHI. Robin, 26 years of age, has actually had huge amounts of experience already. Been to a couple of Olympic Games, Tokyo, and completed in Paris in 30th place, part of the Swiss team that ended up in 5th. Also been to 2 World Championships, Bretoni and Tryon, and then some 3 Senior European Championships as well. So he's packed a lot in, has been a real stalwart of the Swiss team over the last few years. Team who've worked really closely with the likes of Andrew Nicholson and have formed a very strong squad of very good riders, particularly honing their cross-country skills. Global DHI is actually 10th in solo at the 3-star there. Robin actually won the Nations Cup in Avanche with Grandeur de Lally. So we've seen him as a winner in the Nations Cup series already this year. So coming up, their final centre line, Global DHI and Robin Godell. Saluting to President of our ground jury, Christina Klingsport, who of course, as I said a little bit earlier on, President of the ground jury in Paris. So just waiting on some updated scores to come in, and actually Ben Hobday and Shadow Man 31.2. That sees them go into 8th place on the leaderboard. They'll just go behind Flyup de Banwell and Camille Lejeune. So, Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos yet to get their score. We'll bring that for you very shortly. But won't be long until we see the first of our team riders, because next down the centre line will be the first of the Belgium quartet. Belgium, France and Great Britain all fielding teams here this weekend. Just 2 legs left this weekend, and then Boekelo in the Netherlands in a couple of weeks' time, which of course we'll be showing live for you on FEI.tv. And it is Sepa Villa and Coward de la Corsie who will be the first of our Belgian riders. Coward de la Corsie, 16 years of age, this gelding. Claire on Dancer, owned by Steve Villain. Combination that were top 20 in Le Moulin last year. I've had a quieter summer, bit of time on the sidelines perhaps. Just ran in a very good top 10 finish in Kronenberg, and then top 20 in Fontainebleau at the start of the season. I haven't done a huge amount since then, but a combination that have had some really good results at the 3-star 11 and are now very established at 4-star 2. Particularly reliable in the cross-country phase. And in the Nations Cup competition here, 4 team members per team. It is the best 3 scores to count. Joined on the Belgian team by Senevejaka, Google van Olsingen, Vuta de Kleen and Quintira, and Lara de Liederkakemeyer with her 5-star winner, Uni Darviel, as well. Who dominated the Nations Cup series last year, and actually haven't needed it as such a priority in 2024, but have still very much supported the series, because last year of course there was an Olympic qualification ticket on offer. Actually ended up getting there to the European Championships around of hand. Unfortunately late behind and late to the aid as well. First of those changes. So Belgium just sitting in 11th on the Nations Cup leaderboard. So far this year they picked up 70 points their home leg in Arville. Challenge the very top of the leaderboard. That second change was much better. Clean and straight. But it's still been a hugely valuable platform. Kai Stephen Meyer, who is the Belgian Belgian chef to keep and his team have really used the series to kickstart what has been a brilliant campaign over the last couple of years, and they've built so much strength and depth in Belgian eventing and made themselves seriously competitive as well. So great to see them with a team here this weekend, and we'll come on to a few more of their riders very shortly. So let's take a look at the leaderboard. Nicolas Tuzon, Gajan Dubousson still leading the way. Vasily de Lassos, 31.7. Sees them go into 10th place at the moment. So that will push Tim Price down a couple of places. But it is still France, Austria, New Zealand, Australia, the US in the top 5 positions at the moment. And of course, it is going to be a real test of jumping over the next couple of days. Tomorrow it is all about the show jumping here in this main arena. And then on Sunday they head out over Pierre Le Goupil's cross-country track. Pierre Le Goupil, the course designer in Lignières, has been for a number of years, but actually he designed the cross-country for the European Championships in Harada last year. Also designed the Olympic Games in Paris this summer. Did the Pan American Games last year as well. And will be taking over from Ian Stark next year as the course designer of the Mars Maryland 5-star at Fair Hill, the first time that he will have designed a 5-star course. So it's brilliant to see a French course designer coming up through the ranks. Of course, the last French course designer to design the cross-country and Olympic Games was Pierre Michelet in Rio 2016. Pierre did a super job, and designing an Olympics track is always a challenge in itself because you've got an immense amount of pressure. You want to get good pictures. You want to be able to see some of the less experienced nations get round and complete while still really challenge those very, very competitive nations. So, next to go, it will be the first of the French team riders, and a combination actually that were top 10 here 12 months ago. It is Louis Seychelles and Bacard de Locien. Very well for a they finished in about 6th place here 12 months ago. Bacard de Locien second in solo in the 3-star. Just outside the top 10 in Saumur a little bit earlier on this year as well. 13 years of age, this horse. By Grafenstolz, who of course has sired the likes of Lordship's Graffalo, Roscanter's reigning European Championship ride, and of course the new Burley winner. This horse has a really, really good record. Lovely square halt. 2, 3, 4, 5 steps in the rein back. Was a little bit crooked. Now, be interesting to see how much the judges would have been able to see that that was crooked, because of course they only get the side-on view, the two at the end. Actually, this combination have really, really good form here. They love coming to Lignières. They were actually 5th in the 4-star in 2019. Then they came back in 2020, 4th in the 4-star long format then. 14th with a very good clear cross country in 2022, and then last year 7th in the 4 short. So certainly know the venue very well, which is always an advantage. horse actually bred by the same team who bred Deo de Lucien, Felix Volk's horse that he rode at the Olympic Games to an 8th place finish. So de Lucien. I was going to call it a prefix, but it actually comes after the name. You get the gist. Suffix? Possibly. Bred by the same team though, who've had a huge amount of success. And look to be another lovely final halt. The halt's a real highlight of this horse's test. And we'll bring the score for you as soon as it does come through. But don't forget, at the moment it is still Nicolas Tuzon. As actually a score in for the first of our Belgian team riders, Sepa Villa and Cower de la Cour, 33.0. That's the first score in for Belgium. 33.0 sees them go just outside the top 10 into 11th. We'll push Arthur Dufour down into 12th. Godell, global DHI 39.2 for them, sees them just inside the top 25. So just one combination left to go before the final break of the day, heading towards 3/4 of the way through the field here. Be Storm Straker, 26 years of age. Storm coming forward for Great Britain. And actually Storm, who started her career in juniors, actually rode at the Junior European Championships in Bishop Burton back in 2014 with a lovely horse called Well Designed. That was a horse took her all the way up to the 4-star level, but now she rides at Fever Pitch. Fever Pitch is a horse that she's produced herself all the way up from the 2-star level. Won the 4-star long format actually at Ballindennisk a little bit earlier on this year on a sub-30 first phase score, 29.6 they scored there. But have since been 5th at Blair, top 10 at Bergem International as well. Completed Buccalo last season, top 20 at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class last year as well. It's a horse, a 10-year-old now, by Tannenhof's Fahrenheit, owned by Victoria Straker. And actually Storm manages her eventing alongside a career as well. Always have, of course, the utmost respect for anybody that competes at whatever level that they may compete at, and particularly those elite athletes that compete at the very top level of the sport, but to do so while still juggling a career and other commitments is always particularly admirable. In saying that she's the niece of Karen Dixon, who of course enjoyed so much success. That is a really lovely halt. Very nice rein back. Really relaxed, very rideable. Competing in the Nations Cup for Great Britain. So we have the role as Pathfinder. I think that this is Storm's debut in the Nations Cup team for Great Britain. Wind. At least the rain and the storm has stopped. Still hard to deliver a dressage test. Good change. Still hard to deliver a dressage test in these sorts of conditions. And it just goes to show that at home, when you're training, you've got to train in all weathers. You've got to train in all conditions, because you never know, whatever level you compete at, you might need to be able to work and train in those level conditions as well. Really nice flying change. Storm's doing a lovely job with this test. And this is going to be a really interesting one to see where the score is going to land, to be honest. She certainly just was a little bit wide behind, then corrected himself, or was corrected by Storm. But Fever Pitch puts in a very, very smart first phase performance here. Gets the British team off to a good start, one would imagine. We'll wait for that score to come through. But just to confirm, the first of the Belgian team riders, Sepa Villa, 33.0. And a new score just in for Leah Seagull, Bacard de Lucien. We thought that it was a decent score. We thought that it was a decent test, but look at that, 24.6. They go to the top of the leaderboard, and that is certainly a brilliant start for the French team, who lead the Nations Cup series as well. France on 290 points. Their nearest challengers, Germany, not competing here this weekend. Could certainly see themselves in great shape for the overall series standings, heading into Buccolo in a few weeks' time with a strong result here. So Leah Seagull and Bacard de Lucien. This is going to be pretty close to a personal best for this horse as well, actually. I'll double check that for you, because absolutely brilliant first phase performance. I think it's a personal best at the level. Has been lower at the 3-star level, but even so, brilliant performance. France 1-2 at the moment. So we've got a short break now, and just one session of dressage left to bring you. The rest of the team riders, plus of course Tim Price's final ride, Girillo. Senaviyaka, Google van Ulsingen will be next into the arena at 3:10 local time. That's just over 15 minutes time. So do join us then, and we'll update you with the scores coming in for Storm Straker and Fever Pitch as well. But we'll be back after this short break. welcome back to Lignières for the final session of dressage here in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series. Looking forward to the final 10 combinations to come down the centre line. We've had the first team rider for each of our nations in the Nations Cup competition. Just 3 teams contesting this year: France, Great Britain and Belgium. We'll give you an update on those scores in just a moment. Belgium, their first rider actually was Sepa Villa, Kawa de la Kerzi, and they scored 33.0. We now turn our attentions to Sepa Google van Olsingen, who will be next down the centre line for Belgium. France take the early lead in the Nations Cup series because, or in the Nations Cup competition here, because Bakar de Lucien, 24.6 for Louis Seychelles. However, an absolutely phenomenal test from Stormstraker Fever Pitch, 24.8, sees them a close second. As the weather seems to have closed in again, unfortunately, here in Lignières, it has been rather wild conditions throughout the day. In fact, over the last few days as well, it should be said. Senevejaka, Google van Olsingen, getting their test underway. Our ground jury of Christina Klingspor at C, Sylvie Fortenbach Bibard at M, and Emmanuel Ollier at B. Google van Olsingen would be pretty experienced. Been part of the Belgian team Senevejaka, particularly through the Nations Cup series. Could have just stepped up under the hole slightly. 13 years of age, this mare. Went to Harada for the European Championships, part of the Belgian team that helped secure that Olympic qualification. Also been part of Nations Cup teams in the likes of Chatsworth Jardy, Montelibretti as well. This season in Arville, they jumped to super clear cross country. Speaking, averaging around the late 30s in the first phase. Most of those flying changes. I'm going to say late behind. You guys watching at home might correct me. To admit to being extremely glad I'm not a judge. Better second change. And it's quite often, horses are just like people. They would quite often have a direction in which they would prefer. Be left-handed or right-handed. So they get blown down the final centre line. And Senevejaka and Google van Olsingen are the second of the Belgian team riders to get their test done and dusted. That it has been all change at the top of the leaderboard since the start of the Nations Cup competition. In particular, the brilliant first phase performances from Bakar de Lucien, Louis Seychelles, and now Stormstraker and Fever Pitch going into second with that brilliant 24.8. And actually, Fever Pitch, that is a career personal best at any level. I think it's going to be a career best dressage test for Storm as well, actually. We'll confirm that for you because that is a huge time to deliver a a massive, massive result in the first phase. So Storm Straker, just 26 years of age, and it is a career personal best for her. So 24.8. Previous best was 25.1 with Well Designed at Osberton in 2-star long format back in 2016. So a brilliant start to her. Fever Pitcher's previous best was 27.0 at Blenheim, but thoroughly deserving of every single one of those marks, as was Louis Seychelles and Bacard de Lucien, who are our leaders at the moment. 24.6 is the standard that has been set. So back up and running after the break, and there is very little between France and Great Britain after one team rider. Sepa Villa, Coeur de la Cour, 33.0, the first score in the bank for Belgium. Next to come forwards, it will be the first of the British riders in this session of dressage, which is Fiona Cashelle and Creva Silva de Hart. This is a horse that is competed up to the 5-star level. Creva Silva de Hart, 16 years of age now. Was top 25 at Le Moulin this year, 12th at Le Moulin last year, completed Pau previously as well. So he's been very experienced. Third at Barbary in the 4-star short there a couple of years ago by Camiro de Hart. Bred in Ireland, owned by Fiona. Usually very reliably in the early 30 territory in the first phase. Actually, just getting confirmation, because this looks to me like Maxime Livio and Happy de Lebert. But we'll confirm that for you. News as it does come through. Certainly doing a very nice test so far. Lovely change. Around for the second of those changes. The first was beautiful, the second very nice as well. And up the final centre line. Just getting some news as to what position we're in terms of the running order, because it was due to be Fiona Cashelle, Creva Silva de Hart, but actually looked very much to me like Habit Lebert and Maxime Livio, who would have come forward ahead of schedule. So we'll bring you news on that as it becomes available. But this is the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. And of course, still to get that score in for the second of our Belgian team riders. Google van Olsingen, and 33.6. So that has come in. So 33.6 for Google van Olsingen. Haven't seen Fiona Cashelle, Kriva Silva de Haar, so we'll bring you news on them as we get it. And we'll look out for a score on Appy de Lebert and Maxime Livio. And this looks much more like Kriva Silva de Haar, Fiona Cashelle, who are about to come forward to do their test now. So perhaps coming out of order for some reason. But that is how things stand at the moment. 24.6 is the score to beat. Louis Seychelles, Bacard de l'Océan. As Maxime Livio, Appy de Lebert, a horse that actually is very, very capable of scoring a very good first phase score. And I think we could well see another of those here today. 14 years of age, Appy de Lebert. Can go as low as mid-20s, low 20s even perhaps. 21.3 they scored in Avanche, Maxime, back in 2021. So watch this space. But this definitely is Fiona Cashelle, Kriva Silva de Haar. And another grey. This one that has had that good form at the 5-star level, owned by Fiona herself. Quite expressive with his tail, which some judges might mark as a sign of resistance, others very much just the horse's natural way of going. Harry King had the wonderful King Boris, who used to love to swish his tail just because that was what he did. Really nice halt from Fiona. Quickly back into the rein back. Nice over track in the walk. Really rideable, Kriva Silva de Haar. The first of these changes. Really nice change. Very easy. Bit of momentum on a couple of occasions, just needed to keep that half pass going, and another really nice change. So Fiona Cashelle and Creva Silverheart bringing their test to a close. Team rider number 2 for Great Britain. And actually, just getting news in on Appy Dulibert and Maxime Livio. They did go ahead of their scheduled time, 23.0, so go into the lead here. That puts France in a really strong position. They're 2 team riders at the top of the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. The little asterisks denoting the team riders. The 3 of them at the moment in the top 3 placings as well. So France holding on to the top spot in the team standings. And just waiting for a score in, of course, of Fiona Cashelle and Creva Silverheart. But in terms of the team at the moment, Belgium have a 33 and a 33.6 to use. France have a 23 and a 24.6. So safe to say, if they have to drop one of those, they will be absolutely delighted. Most likely both of those will be counting scores. Great Britain have a 24.8 and a 1 score still to be confirmed. Fiona Cashelle having just completed her test. So next to go should be Vuta de Clean and Quintira. We'll just wait for them to come down the centre line before we confirm that for certain. Just to make sure that making any changes. Quintira completed the Nations Cup in Arville. 12 years of age, this mare. Actually went well at Kronenberg a little bit earlier on in the year. Completed Buccalo Clear Cross Country last year as well. And the year previously also. So experience now at the 4-star level. Again, just feel how wild the conditions are in Lignières. Fingers crossed the rain does stay away. The weather conditions all over the world, to be fair, are a little on the wild side at the moment. So wherever in the world you're joining us from, we do hope that you are safe and well. And we will be with you throughout this weekend's competition. On FEI.tv. Right, just 5 steps. Up that canter transition nicely. Good change. Accurate and clean. Flying changes when they're done properly look so easy, and yet they absolutely that is not the case. Again, another really nice change. And into their final halt. Vuta de Clean and Quintira, rider number 2 for Belgium. Rider number 3 for Belgium, beg your pardon. First of our rotation number 3 riders. As Maxime Livio, that is the score to beat. 23.0 ahead of teammate Louis Seychelles. Bakar de Locien, 24.6. Storm Straker Fever Pitch, 24.8. That is how things stand at the moment. Just getting news in, actually, Fiona Cashelle, you just see them go onto the leaderboard there in equal 7th, Creva Silva de Hart. So that is going to see Great Britain in the silver medal position behind France, ahead of Belgium. So it is France, Great Britain, Belgium, after each team has had 2 riders complete their first phase. Of course, still 2 riders left to go for France. That is Alexis Guri and Nicolas Tuzon. For Belgium, they've got 1 score to come in for Vuta, and then they've got Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer. And for Great Britain, it is Caroline Harris and D-Day, who will be coming forward, as well as Spano de Nazca and Georgia Bartlett. So in this final session of dressage, all could still change. At the top of the leaderboard, you've got the likes of Tim Price and Girillo, Nicolas Tuzon, Fibonacci de la Sac, a horse that was on the podium as both a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old at Lilian d'Angers. Lara de Liederkerke-Meyers, Uni Darville, the 5-star winner from Le Moulin, and of course the British duo, both, I'm sure, looking to put in very strong results to back up the 2 very strong scores in the 20s that they have so far. Now though, we turn our attentions to Alexis Guri. And Alexis Guri comes forward with Faraday Loge. Alexis, 29 years of age. Faraday Loge completed the Nations Cup in Arville on the horse's first run at the 4-star level. Had 20 penalties cross country there, but have had some really nice results at the 2- and 3-star level on the way up, including on the podium here in Lignières 12 months ago. That was in the 2-star though. Back this time, of course, in the feature class. This 9-year-old mare was originally brought out by Gwendolyn Furr. Alexis has had the ride for a couple of years now. Alexis actually a former young rider team gold medalist. Had that wonderful horse called Trompe de l'Île Emery. Good results, including top 10 finishes at Bramham in the under-25s, top 10 at Poe as well on a couple of occasions. France have already had 2 really good scores on the board. half pass to the left. The FEI 4-star test D, which was a new test introduced for this year. It's a shorter test, it's more compact, it's pretty fast and furious. There's 2 flying changes in it, both of which have a coefficient of 2, as does the harmony for athlete and horse at the end of it. It's unbelievably windy out in Lignières. The team have done a really super job in keeping the show on the road, because the amount of rain that they've had has been pretty significant. We're sudden into the final holds, but a really nice test for Flora Belux and Alexis Guri. The French team looking really, really strong here. Put their 2 most experienced horses first. Maxime Livio and Happy Gilbert lead the way, 23.0 ahead of teammates Louis Seychelles, Bacard de Locien. Vuta de Clean, Quintira, 30.9 for Belgium. So anything less than 33.6 will be a counting score. And of course, Lara de Liederkerke and Uni Darville are the combination to come forward next for Belgium. So next to come forwards, it will be not Alexis Guri. This looks to me like Georgia Bartlett and Spano de Nazca. Georgia, who's a really talented young rider, just a little bit of balance around the corner. She's come through the junior young rider ranks, and actually it's the horse that has taken her all the way up to the 5-star level. It's the kind of thing that dreams are made of when your first sort of horse can take you up to the likes of badminton and the like. And Spano de Nazca has absolutely done that. 6th at Cornbury on their last international run. Backed up with an excellent clear cross country and a completion at badminton this spring as well. Top 20 at Blenheim last season. And have previously been on the podium at the 4-star long level at Mill Street as well. Just a little bit behind the vertical in the Holt. The Holt was square enough. Took this horse to both Fontainebleau and Marsbergen in 18 and 19 in the Junior European Championships. And he's a really cool little character as well. 18 years of age now, and still absolutely loving his job by Taguay Dorachot, owned by Georgia herself. Actually, back in the early part of his career, was produced by Louis Seychelles, who we see in a podium position here for the French Nations Cup team with Bacard de Locien. Sold this horse to Georgia as a young horse, and I'm sure it will give him a great deal of pleasure to see them here and compete against them this weekend as well. neat. A second of those changes. The two British scores so far. Just a slight interruption. Their final centre line, almost like course wanted to halt a little bit earlier. 24.8 for Storm Straker, 29.0 for Fiona Cashelle. So anything 28.9 or lower is a guaranteed counting score. And we still have Caroline Harris and D-Day left to go. That is how things are shaping up at the moment. Alexis Guri and Faraday Loge, 26.4. Look at that. Into a very, very strong position for the French team. And put it this way, they would be looking for their final rider to be 26.3 or better to improve on their current team score, which is provisionally a score of 74. So already a very solid starting score. Do check the official scoreboards, of course. Just my mental maths bringing you the team scores at the moment. But look at that, France in an unbelievably strong position. They'd be pretty much guaranteed to lead now going into the cross country. Can't see that anybody else is going to be able to challenge them. Next, though, we turn our attentions to the heroes from Le Moulin. It is Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer and the wonderful Unie Darville. First ever 5-star winners for Belgium. And Lara has had such a roller coaster of a year. The highs of Le Moulin. Went brilliantly at Aachen. Then had a fall in Arville at home in the Nations Cup, based of course at Arville Castle, alongside husband Kai and their family. And she broke her collarbone, which meant she had to miss Burghley, which was the original plan. And then the news came out yesterday that so sadly her championship ride and the horse that actually she'd ridden not only at the Europeans last year but actually at Aachen this year as well, Hermione Darville, had unfortunately passed away in the stables. And the whole family completely heartbroken because she was such a massive part of their lives. And it is just the nature of being an event rider that you have to get on and keep moving, and you get on the next horse and you have a job to do. But make no mistake about it, unbelievably devastating for them all. And our thoughts are with the whole of Lara and Kai's team and their family, their young daughter as well, who had a particular soft spot for Hermione. But we concentrate now on their test here in the Nations Cup. And Unie, who is actually out of Noonie Blue, who was Lara's young rider horse. They bred her. An incredible achievement to breed a horse to take all the way up to 5-star, let alone go on to go and win a 5-star. And I believe an autumn 5-star is perhaps on the cards. Lara, a really inspirational character, has worked very, very hard. As a young family, husband Kai himself have entered up to the top level, to 5-star level, and is now chef to keep for the Belgian team, but also a really talented horse designer. Clean. Really looking hugely rideable in this test. Wouldn't necessarily be the flashiest of movers, but Lara's given absolutely nothing away. And that is going to be a solid test for Team Belgium. A little bit sudden into the final halts. And you can see Lara just having a bit of a moment with Uni. And I think it brings into context and to perspective the incredible partnership that these riders have with these horses. And to get to this level is, you know, the result of a lot of years of hard work and dedication, both financial and emotional. And it is a huge accomplishment. But actually, we are watching partnerships. And, you know, it's very easy for me to sit here and say, oh, a little bit late behind in that flying change, or the halt not quite square. But ultimately, these are true competitors that have got to this level of competition through sheer grit, determination, and hard work. And huge credit must go to them all. So that is how the standings look at the moment. France in the driving seat. Appy de Lubin, Maxime Livio, 23.0. Louis Seychelles, Bacard de Lucien in second. The best of the Brits is Storm Straker, Fever Pitch. A huge career personal best for Storm to sit in third. Nicolas Tuzon, and the horse that he's riding actually is an individual. He's still got his team horse to come in just a moment's time. Sitting in fourth, and Alexis Guri, Faraday Loge, pretty much guaranteeing France the top spot heading into the cross country and the show jumping after dressage. But can they improve on that score? Nicolas Tuzon, a two-time European champion, a badminton winner, the only French rider to have ever won badminton, comes forward now with Fibonacci de la Sac. And this is a horse that is only an 8-year-old. Has been very impressive as a young horse. It's Le Lion d'Angers in the Young Horse World Championships. Third in the Nations Cup at Arville. In fact, it's a 9-year-old, beg your pardon. It was 2022 that the horse went very well at Le Lion d'Angers in the 7-year-old Young Horse World Championships, took the individual bronze medal there, backing up the individual silver they took as a 6-year-old. So has actually had a couple of runs at the 4-star level now. And their first international win this year at Fontainebleau. Real immobility. So it says in the test 3 to 4 seconds there. And the vast majority of competitors, 3 to 4 seconds hasn't quite been what they have achieved. Now that may be because you have to ride what's underneath you, and if you're not going to stand still for 3 to 4 seconds, you're going to ask for the rein back sooner than you might wish otherwise. But Nicholas eking out every single moment there. He was 7th on his Defender Burghley debut, actually. Hard to believe that a man of his calibre hadn't actually been to Burghley, but he took absolute gold there after being part of that French team that won silver at the Paris Olympic Games. Should be said that the two horses he's got in the field here today will be 12 and 13 come Los Angeles 2028. Could we be seeing future Olympic horses in the making? Certainly a very nice flying change. And I don't think you probably can gather just how windy it is, but I don't think we can quite underestimate the part that the conditions are playing in. And I would say huge credit to our camera operators who are braving the elements for us in not the easiest of conditions. test from Nicolas Tuzon. Lots of self-carriage. Energy. It's been accurate. And I would say... lovely final halt. Did fidget slightly to get to that point, but a really, really lovely halt. And I would say this is going to be another very competitive score for the French team. So anything better than 26.4 will see them increase their lead at the top of the team standings. Georgia Bartlett 30.9, Spano de Nazca. So Belgium, Uni Darville 27.6, and again that will increase or improve the Belgian team score because they will now drop the 33.6 that they had. So their three counting scores, 27.6 from Lara, and then 30.9 from Vuta, 33 from Senoviaka. 91.5 is the provisional score for Belgium. France will be 74.0 or better, and Great Britain, still with Caroline Harris and D-Day left to come, will improve on the score with anything 30.8 or better. At the moment, they have a score of 84.7. So the team leaderboard is going to remain unchanged in so much as it will be France, Great Britain and Belgium. But the question is, can Great Britain get any closer to France, or can France extend their lead with Nicolas Tuzon's score? So now we turn our attentions to Caroline Harris and D-Day. D-Day, such a cool little horse. Caroline has got a really, really smart team of horses actually at the moment. Cooley Mosstown, who went well at Le Lion as a 7-year-old last year, was on the podium at Blenheim 8 9-year-olds just last weekend. And D-Day, who was 12th at Le Moulin 5-star with a double clear, just 10 years of age, was 4th at Blenheim in the 8 9-year-old class 12 months ago. Then went on to complete Buccalo in the autumn. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are en route to Les Etoiles de Pau at the end of the year, using this as part of their preparation. Caroline, who was based with the Australian Sam Griffiths for many years. And just lovely square halt, but just fidgeted slightly. British Nations Cup team in terms of the overall team standings. Currently sitting in 6th at the moment, 150 points, with points in Arville and Mill Street. Of course, the British home leg of the series this year, unfortunately, victim to the weather. That was Chatsworth back in May. Change. So the penultimate combination to go, just one rider left. That will be Tim Price and Gerillo. So Caroline Harris, the fourth team rider for Great Britain, 30.8 or less will improve the British score. But look at that. French team riders currently holding the top three placings on the leaderboard. 23.0 into equal first. Nicolas Tuzon and Fibonacci de la Sac. Maxime Livio, Appy de la Bat, equal first at the moment. And actually, 23.0 is Nicolas Tuzon's best international dressage score in some 6 years. 5 years, I should say, equal with a score he produced at Chateaubriand in a 3-star back in 2019. So brilliant to see some very exciting young horses at the top of the leaderboard, but also a career personal best from Storm Straker and Fever Pitch. Lara de Kirka making it into the top 10 individually as the best of the Belgian team riders, and of course just waiting for that score in for Caroline Harris and D-Day. The best of Tim Price's 3 rides so far. Tim Price's Falco, 9th at the moment. Falco owned by Tim alongside Sue Benson, 28.7, and he will be the last to go in the competition in this first phase because Girillo about to get his test underway in just a few moments' time. But in terms of the overall team standing, let's give you an update on the scores at the moment. France have a very, very good starting score of 70.6. So France on 70.6. Belgium 91.5. And then we're just waiting for one more British score to be able to confirm the British team score. Now it is Tim Price. Tim, who comes forward with Girillo. This is a horse that has been so impressive as he's come up the levels. He's 10 years of age now by Dantos. Actually went brilliantly at Blenheim as a 9-year-old last year, owned by James and Rachel Good, Lucy Allison and Francis Stead. He's a horse that has given his owners so much fun. They think the world of him. He actually won a 4-star section at Thorsby Park a little bit earlier on this year. Top 10 at Buccalo last season. And was 5th at Saumur this spring also. Was in fact Tim's direct reserve ride for the Paris Olympic Games. We saw his ride Falco a little bit earlier on. Beautiful looking horse, incredibly flashy, and if you watch him in the show jumping, he has an unbelievable amount of scope. Lovely immobility in the halt. If you've been watching throughout our coverage today, you'll understand that I appreciate immobility in the halt. It's a difficult thing to do, especially in conditions such as this. Taking the contact forward and out a little bit more to extend the frame. Tim, who had a great win at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials last week with Happy Boy. Picked up the canter transition. Lovely second change. He's really settled into this test. The plan, I understand, is hopefully a sneaky another French trip back end of the year to Les Etoiles de Pau for a first 5-star and a really lovely final halt. Tim Price and Girillo bringing the competition to a conclusion here, day 1 in Lignières, and this is how the leaderboard is looking at the moment. Nicolas Tuzon and Maxime Livier making it a 1-2 at the, or an equal one I should say, at the top. It is a French 1-2-3. Louis Seychelles, Bacard de Lausian rounding out the podium of French flags ahead of Storm Straker and Nicolas Tuzon's second ride. Brilliant to see some really nice, exciting young horses in the field. But of course, still a score to come in for Tim Price and Girillo. And we'll bring that to you as soon as it is available. But in terms of the overall standings at the moment, it is France in the driving seat because all 3 of their team riders in the top 3 placings on the individual leaderboard. Storm Straker, the best of the Brits, in 4th. Nicolas Tuzon, who held the lead for a long time with the 4-star first-timer Gorjan de Busson, sits in 5th, and the drop score, a dreadful 26.4. I mean, it is a very, very good day at the office when your drop score is that good. Alexis Guri, Farah de Loge means that the French team very much in the driving seat, and 70.6 is their score. But they could actually take any combination of their team scores and would still be in the lead. Lara de Kirka leading the Belgian team from the front. Uni Darville, 27.6, the best of the Belgian team scores at the moment. Leah Seagull, Van Helsing P, combination that have won a Nations Cup already. 27.8 in 8th. Tim Price, the best of his 4 rides at the moment. Still waiting for Girillo's score to come in 9th. Andrew Hoy, Cadet de Belliard, in equal 10th with Fiona Cashelle, Crever, Silva, Dahar. The British team score, waiting for a score in, just waiting for it to be confirmed, a score in for D-Day Caroline Harris, 26.8 actually. That has just come in, so that is going to improve the British team score as well. Let's confirm that for you. So 26.8. Means they will drop the score of Georgia Bartlett and Spano de Nazca of 30.9. So they count Storm Straker, they count Fiona Cashelle, and they count Caroline Harris, and that gives them a score of 80.6. So France, a little over 2 rails in hand of Great Britain, 10 penalties to be precise. And the Belgian team, let's confirm their score for you as well, because 27.6 from Lara de Kirka, and they've got a score of 30.9 from Vuta de Kleen, and a score of 33. 91.5. So France 70.6, Great Britain 80.6, Belgium 91.5. Do check the official scores for confirmation of that, but they are the provisional team standings after dressage. And we're just waiting to see if Tim Price, who has just completed with Girillo, his score, waiting for that to come through. I'd be fascinated to know if we had a Nations Cup team of Tim Price rides, actually how his team would rank up against the others, because I think he'd be well in contention as well. It's been a good day at the office for him. So what have we got to look forward to over the next couple of days? Well, tomorrow there will be live show jumping coverage for you, and that will be available. I think the provisional time is 1 o'clock local time, so that's the show jumping in the main arena here in Lignières, 1 o'clock local time. And on Sunday it will be from 1 o'clock. The cross country will be in the 4-star short for a couple of hours that precedes the prize giving for the Nations Cup. At the moment, it is France out in front. France out in front, in fact, in the overall standings of the Nations Cup as well, because they lead at the moment 290 points on the board. They've had a win in Montelibretti, a win in Stragon. They were second in Arveil, finished just behind Germany. And 290 points, a win here this weekend would make them uncatchable ahead of the series finale in Buccolo later on in the year. But just waiting to see if we can bring you that Tim Price score with Girillo in a couple of moments' time. And here it is, 25.9. Tim Price, Girillo go into 6th place at the moment. So Tim Price, Girillo, 25.9 in to 6th, though the best of his 4 rides at the moment. So that concludes all of our coverage for today. Do tune in, FEI.tv from 1 o'clock local time tomorrow, where there will be live show jumping for you. And then I will be back on Sunday to take you through the conclusion with the cross-country action. Pierre Le Goupil, the course designer here in Lignières, and there is no doubt about it, I'm sure there will be a firm but fair test set. But from us here, thank you very much for watching, and do tune in for the rest of the weekend. Can France hold out for the win?